Mine, you don't have it here yet. Basketball shorts, all black is what I have.
That might be why I didn't see it. That's for the 13. And if you hit here for look for previous versions, look what it gives you. Only up to 6. I did that too. It goes down to 5. That's why I couldn't find it. Oh wait a minute, I do see a download archive that popped up above it. Okay, so one. Oh, that's not even. Oh, you know what? That did document. So let me do it while we're in this window, not the other window. See if that. Oh, hold on. Maybe the version is different. See, it's not even giving you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? The top link is for work. I have time for like, I can do it.
I need to reinstall both.
So if you go to the bottom links,
Oh.
Oh, really? Yeah.
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 I picked that out and I
True.
And this page doesn't have any links
Who cares?
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
I still go to like screen with it.
This guy there.
Only 28. Yeah, it was at 7 minutes.
Yes.
Question. So we deployed, we were doing that last
Yeah, that is
hot restaurant exercise. And we deployed in that restaurant. So I connected to the but if I disconnect, still I can use the deploy in Hello. But only I should connect to the GitHub and I make changes in my yeah. So only then we should connect.
I found it. Yeah.
But yeah, like because like right now it's not connected, and still I do to the GitHub. I disconnect.
They try to hide it.
Okay. And still I can deploy it. So like for example, probably if I deploy the somewhere and I'm not going to make any more changes, I can go here and disconnect it from GitHub.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not
I don't know. I haven't tried it.
Oh, okay. You're using different.
I can definitely say
Right.
But is there a disconnect option?
Yeah, I typically try to do that.
Yeah. I just here used to be connected. So it didn't. Okay. So right now I'm gonna.
Did you find parking at all?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, is that home noise?
Behind me?
No.
So yeah, if I connect them, then I go and then I deploy. And it's gonna do all that stuff.
But if you disconnect,
So yeah, I can still open it, still deploy.
how is it? Through the command line terminal?
Like I can just paste that. So if I connect I just press the view, so it's worked. Okay. So I copy this URL behind, and I go here and I disconnect. And it's disconnected. It's not connected to the
Oh no. This is different. This is it's posted in your
it's hosted on a cloud platform, so always going to be accessible. You have to delete this and go to if you don't want it.
Yeah, so my question is always, if I'm not making changes, I can disconnect from the device.
Yeah, you can disconnect it.
Yeah.
And you can delete it if you don't want anybody
Yeah,
else.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So only I have to connect again if I make some changes in my project.
Yeah.
Only the reason to be connected.
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah.
And what's the limitations for free?
5. After 5,
5 apps.
you have to put in your credit card on it, but they will charge you. So I might look at it.
So with like Firebase was 10. 10. But if I deleted one and I couldn't have, and I had, for example, 10. I deleted one and that didn't let me to upload that next one. There was just this 10 and that's all. So I can override that song, use that already created, change the
I didn't know
name
that.
and this. But if I because I deleted once,
It still
then
didn't
I
work?
could just use 8.
I did not know that.
But in Heroku, if I delete, I can replace with a new
Yeah,
one, right?
yeah. That's what
I hope so because then I run.
Yeah, we're gonna give it a try and see. All right. Good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and get started. So today is week 14. Right. So week 14 means we are going to start a new chapter, new topic. You guys done? All right, so we're going to start a new chapter, new topic. It's called handlebars, and we'll go into it a little bit more in probably in the next half, or we'll see what that is. Before we begin today, so the topics we are going to cover is the first is the homework, but this homework is kind of for the next week. So here's what I'm not going to cover the homework. And the TAs, please let your instructor know. I'll introduce it in our class on Thursday when the other homework is done, and you guys can do it on Wednesday. And again, the reason is because this homework is due next Saturday, so I don't want to. You already guys have a homework that is due next week, so I don't want to mess it up. So we'll look into it next week. Yes.
Is there another week break on homework?
No, there's no week break. I think the next homework is due on. Well, next Thursday and Wednesday for the other class. After that, I think it's due on Saturday. So you might want to check the boot camp site to make sure. But I think I saw it. I think it was Saturday. But we'll discuss more in our respective classes. Just to remind Carson to go over for the next one. I will go over on Thursday. Okay. All right. So what are we going to do? Before we get to handlebars, we are going to do. Quick warm-up of Express, and then we are going to do a quick warm-up of MySQL, and then we are going to jump into Handlebar. And you will see these two topics kind of tie into Handlebars, so you want to make sure that we have a good command on both of these before we jump into Handlebars. Okay. All these exercises have been uploaded to GitLab. If you guys want to pull it, the TAs are going to Slack it out. But if you see over here, we have 5 exercises that we are going to do today. So the first, let's see, 1 and 2, I'm going to do it. You guys follow with it. And the 4th one also I'm going to do it. So 3 and 5, you guys are going to do it. But the first activity, it's kind of collaborative. I'll be doing live coding. You guys follow along or, kind of help me out with doing that. And then we'll move on to the next exercises. All right. So let's go ahead. Let me, I'll make it a little bit bigger so that everybody can see. And the TAs will go ahead and Slack this out, the instructions. So let's see the first exercise. Again, it's a kind of revision to Express, nothing too crazy. We're going to revisit our concepts that we did in our previous classes. So it says we have to create a Express calculator. All right. Using Express. So if you're using Express, this means we are going to be doing some routing. All right. Now, how does this look like? It says the calculator has 4 operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. All right. When we hit the route, it's going to display a result of that operation. All right. So let's see. For example, it has localhost 3000. Same thing. the next part is important. It says add and then two numbers, right? So the first parameter tells me what operation it is. So it can be add, subtract, multiplication, division. And after that, the two tell me what are my numbers that operation is going to work on. Okay, so for example, the example that is given on the screen is if I say add 10 and 1, the result is going to be 11, right? Pretty straightforward. Now, before we jump into the coding part, if you guys remember from our characters, Star Wars, Avengers, depending what you guys did, our route was, let's say, API / v1 / characters. Okay. When you guys see this API, what does this tell you? What is going to be my result set? Oh, let me put this get. What does this API tell you if I just put it out there and don't say anything? What is that? It's going to return characters, right? And the return type is going to be, what's a return type? JSON objects, right? Yep, excellent. So it's going to be basically array, and if you want to generalize it, we usually say it's going to be a collection. Okay, it's going to return a collection of, looks like characters, right? Now, I want to create another API that only returns me a single character. Following a standard, still going to be the same thing. How do I do that? What's my API going to look like if I want?
Do a colon and give it a
Excellent.
parameter naming. No, colon, yeah, colon and then like character.
Character. Let's say ID or anything. You can create, call it anything. All right. Is everybody following this one? The colon is very important. All right, and that's kind of ties into our exercise. So that's why I want to bring it up. So this colon, what does it tell you? It tells you it's kind of like the variable, right? It will change. So I can, actually, when somebody calls my API, what are they calling? They will say 1, 2, or a name. Let's suppose my ID is a name. So they will call a name over here. Okay, a unique character ID. All right, nobody is going to call my API with colon this, but I have to define this in my code, right? So what does this mean? It's kind of dynamic. It's kind of variable that will change. Okay, anything that will change, we put a colon for it. All right. So now looking at our exercise, how are these routes going to look like? So let's forget the local host. Okay. This is my local host. Okay. Now what are the variables or what are the changes over there? Is add going to be always be add, or is it going to change into something else? It's going to change depending on the operation. So what do I need to use over here then? Colon. And then we can name it operation. Okay. Then I have two more. Then I have numbers. So what is that going to become? Following the same strategy. Colon number. So let's say first number, and then colon second number. All right. So the rest of the part is easy. We'll code it out, but the important part is we understand that this is how our URL is going to look like. All right. Any questions on this? How we came to this conclusion? All right. So colon is very important. Otherwise, this is not going to work. All right. Everybody good? All right, let's go ahead and then start coding this. That was probably the more trickier part. Let's see what it is asking us to do. So I have a, oh, looks like a lot of the code is already written. Let's see. So we already have express, var express. We have the port number. Our initialization number 9 is also done. Now we just have to create our routes. Okay, so we have a function called app.get. I'm going to go ahead and put in our route based on what we just discussed. So we discussed is going to be slash operation. Okay, and then we were saying it's going to be first number, and then we had colon second number. Second number. Okay. So now my URL is going to come up with these operation and then 2 numbers, and then I'm going to go ahead and perform the operation based on that. Okay. Now this is a get call. So I need to now pull out my parameters that are being passed in my URL. Operations, first name, first num, second num. Okay, and how do I do that? So we have rect and rest, request, response. Which one do I need to pull these variables out from? Request or response? Request, excellent. So let's go ahead and do a, let me create a variable, I'll use let operation, and I need to use request, so rect dot params, excellent. Params dot, and I'm using operation, excellent. Okay, let's go ahead and do the same thing for our numbers also now. Let first num is equal to rect dot params dot first num. Okay, and then let second num is equal to rec dot params dot second num. Okay. From my previous classes, these two are going to be numbers, right? So let's go ahead and convert these into, make sure that these are converted into numbers. So we are going to use our JavaScript method called parseInt. Okay, we're going to make sure this is an integer. ParseInt. All right. So at this point, we got our 3 parameters that we are passing in our URL. So all of those are there. The second 2 are numbers. The first one in operation. So we are good over here. At this point, it would be good. We can do a console log. Let's do a console log and make sure that this is working. Before we proceed, just we can console log these. These 3 parameters to make sure we are getting what we are looking for. So I'll do operation, okay, and then do a log first num second. All right. Okay, fist now. That's definitely not fist now. All right. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and run in our terminal. Make sure everything looks good. Okay, this is 01. Express calculator. It's unsolved. Yeah. Okay. All right. I ran my server, gives me an error. Express is not installed. Let's make sure there's a package.json, so it already should have Express. I'm going to do a npm install. Okay, looks good. Go ahead and do a npm install. Okay. Now let's go ahead and run our server. Okay, looks good. So looks like server is running. So at least we are set up over here. Let's look at my route again. Okay. So let's go ahead and run this route in our. I'm going to use browser. You guys, if you are using Postman, you can do that too. I'm going to just use the browser for now because I just want to see my console logs. Okay, so the first one was let's do add/1/2. Okay, let's come back here. Looks like there's an error. Okay, it says cannot read property to string. We'll get back. It's probably the code that's down somewhere. We'll fix it. For now, you see over here add 1 2, so I'm getting it. So the code that I wrote is working fine. I'm able to pull those things in. Okay. Let me stop my server. Okay. And let's go ahead and start the next phase. All right, everybody good till here? We are able to send our 3 parameters, read it, everything looks good. Let's go to the next line, switch. So it looks like the we are already provided with a switch. That's even more easier. We just need to put our logic over here now. Okay, so let's start with the add one. So if I come and my operation is add, what do I need to do? I need to add these two. So it looks like the result is already variable is declared. So I'm going to do result is equal to first num plus second num. Okay, pretty easy. Break this. Okay, all right. We'll come back to these. Let's see what it is doing. Okay, so that should be actually it. I don't have to do any. Looks like the code for sending it, converting into a string, and returning it to our call is already there. So that was the only line apparently I needed. Let's go ahead and try this again. Okay. The server is running. Let's go ahead and refresh this, and there is that number 3. As you can see it is a tiny 3. Okay, looks like those were the only changes. All right, any questions? All right, so let's go ahead and quickly do the other 4 also. I'm going to subtract, easy, result is equal to first num minus second num. Okay, let's do the third one. It's going to be result is equal to first num multiplied by second num. And then let's do the last one too. Result is equal to first num minus second. Okay, I'm going to stop my server, rerun it. Thumbs up. Let's go ahead and test our code. Let's make sure this is working. 3. Okay. Let's do a subtract. Let's do a 3 2 should return 1. Okay, looks good. Let's do the is it the whole word? What do they have over here? Multiply. Okay, multiply should return 6. That looks good. Let's do division. Is it divide? Divide. Okay. Divide. Let's do 10 and 5. Should return me 2. All right. So I tested all my 4 operations. Looks good. So now my code is working. And that is our exercise. All right. Any questions?
When it's not working, it's saying cannot get.
Cannot get.
Yeah.
Okay. Is your route. Usually when it says cannot get, either your server is not running or your route is, there might be like a typo or something.
Well, yeah.
Anybody else having issues running it?
No.
Okay. What's your issue?
You gotta restart.
I'm currently taking up an error. So get.
What's the error? Just read it out. Do you see the error? Cannot get?
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting the same one? Okay. Is your server running? Did you do a Node.js node?
And then I turn it off and I turn it back on.
Okay, and it says listening on port, blah blah blah. Okay, and what? And your route, it looks like this dot operation, first num, second num, no typos, everything good there. Okay.
How about you guys?
Okay, and how are you calling it now? Localhost 8080 in your browser?
I thought it needed like a parentheses right after the second num, and it didn't. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So
Did you fix it?
No, it's. Can I have the exact check? I rather needed one.
Oh, no. Okay. And what's your URL now? Localhost 8080
Where's your route?
://
I use that one, and it is a huge time saver. Like when you're, like you make a change, you save it, you go back, see if it works, and you don't have to close out of it, restart your server, go back and refresh all that stuff. So yeah, no fun. I'll share that.
Yeah, you just have to shut the server down and then save it.
Yeah, all that code looks fine.
Okay.
And you're listening on the right port, right? 8080?
Yeah. So no, you have to put the URL, right? So this is your base URL. You have to remember this one. You have to say
So you have all the packages installed, so that looks good. So let's open up the browser.
Show the browser.
Oh, it's cannot get root, so you don't have a root. You don't have a root.
We were doing that.
So you need to actually fill
Right?
out the whole thing.
What was that?
To provide an
Yeah, I
operation.
wouldn't want to plug
When
in
you were
mine.
showing before, where it's just without the divide.
So you need to try it like
Right.
no colons.
That was I was trying to
You
test
just
it.
do add.
So that it will fit because we don't have the slash. What you need is you need to pass in this whole
So that's what
URL.
our
Then
route
it's
looks like, right?
because we don't have that slash out.
Okay, that's fine right now, but so see how we set up that route right there? So add slash.
It still wasn't working. It was throwing an error.
Oh, okay.
But what I was trying to get is I was doing a console log. That's what I was doing. Oh yeah, it won't show.
So that way the colon operation will become add.
So if you do add slash 1 or 2, it should.
Operation, that'll give you add, and then same thing for the first one. So you're on the right track here. So it did
Does it work?
this route, but something in here. Let's go
So
back to here.
localhost 8080 slash add.
Hopefully.
I'm still trying to do the ad right here.
Oh, okay.
5.19. So, here you go. So result.2 string. So something is wrong with result.2 string. So where's
Yeah, hopefully if you hit that limit, it won't be, if you delete one, shouldn't count against you.
yeah? So scroll up. Do you have result defined anywhere? So you have bar result. You have let's do this. Scroll down a little bit. Right before res.send, let's throw in a console log in there. and see what result is right before that. Because that's where the error seems to be. So let's just do a console log result and see what it looks like. And the console log will show up down here. So you have to restart your server and start it up again. Alright, so let's go back to that page. Let's do just a refresh. Alright, let's go back to your code. And so, scroll up a little bit. So we have add three string.
I mean, you.
I did.
Oh, it needs to be a
Whatever.
it still works.
That's what the dash G does. It finds I was like,
And that two string undefined, I don't seem to figure out why. So it has bar result, and then it seems to hit the operator. So if it doesn't hit the operator, the switch, that's probably what will get undefined. But it looks good because his route looks good. You got add 3 and 3, unless you call add something else. That looks good. Yeah. So he's getting an undefined on the 2 string. Yeah.
I remember this.
I like that method. It makes it clean.
It looks good. Yeah, he's getting a 2 string.
Result doesn't have it.
I can select it.
So the switch, you just
Oh, make sure to save the file, otherwise.
I changed it to Odyssey.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got kind of sick and tired. Every single time you gotta stop, save it, restart. Oh, there you go. Oh, maybe you probably just didn't save it the first time. Yeah. Alright, good deal. So you understand the whole routing portion?
Alright, are we good? We'll start the next one. Okay? Alright, so next one is using MySQL. So it's kind of we did this. We're going to do MySQL now. Alright? Yes. So we're going to do the MySQL exercise now. Again, I'm going to do live coding. You guys follow along because so this will kind of make sure that we are all on the same page. You kind of understand. Again, this is kind of revision. We already have done this. So let's go ahead and start the next exercise. Okay. This is, let's see if this is on. Okay, awesome. Yeah. So this should be on GitLab, and your TAs can are going to Slack you out the what is more important. I want the schema.sql at least. All right. This one I'll type the whole thing out. You don't have to worry about this. So we'll start from there. Okay. So the first thing is. So remember I was saying we revisited the .sql files. It has all the instructions that will help you create and insert some rows in your database. All right, so I'm going to just copy this, paste it in my database, and I'm going to create a table called Wizard Schools DB. All right, that's the first step. So I'm going to start my workbench. Okay. All right, go to my local connection. Everything looks good. Refresh. I don't have any databases here. So I'm going to go ahead and run this everything over here. So I'm just doing a copy paste, and let's see if everything looks good and is inserts it. So it's kind of hard to scroll here, so I'll go over here. So what are we quickly doing? We are creating a database. Then we are using the database to create our table. All right, table called schools. Seems like it has 1, 2, 3 columns, and then we are going to insert data into those schools. All right, straightforward queries. Let's go ahead and run this on our MySQL workbench. I copy pasted. Let's see if this works. All right, all greens. Looks like everything is good. No errors. Let's refresh. All my tables are there. Well, single table. My table is there. School is there. I'm just going to do a select query just to make sure that the data is there too. Select star from my table name is called schools. Okay, schools. And it looks like my table has these columns, data, everything looks good. All right, if you are following this, everybody was able to create the table. All right, looks good. Okay, so the next thing what we have to do is we have to write the Node.js Express code to pull the data from our MySQL. Okay, we've seen this before. Let me show you what we are actually targeting, what in the end how it is going to look like.
Danny, I think the code's already in there. So.
No, I know the code is there. I want to a live code so that everybody can see how it is.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of revision so that everybody's on the same page, because the next exercises are kind of trickier, so I want to make sure everybody understands that. But yeah, the code is already there. Image. I don't need this. So this is what I'm targeting. All right, this is the end result. This is how it should look like. All right, if you guys notice, there's HTML involved, right? These dots. Anybody remember the HTML element for these dots? Li. Yep. UL li. So I have some. This is probably H1 looks like, and these are all P's. Okay, this is what I want to achieve. Right. So let's go ahead and see. And this data, all of this, I want to retrieve from MySQL. All right, I don't want to hard code anything. So that's what we are trying to achieve. All right, new file. I'll call it MS for short. So all my data is there. Let me make sure my package.json has, okay, both dependencies are there, so we'll remember to run this one. Looks like Wells Fargo is calling me. I don't even have their account. Anybody has Pixel 3? Right? I love the screen calling. Have you tried that?
No, yeah.
Yeah, so they have something called screen call. And Google Assistant talks for me and then starts talking automatically to the person who's calling and says, hey, the person you are calling is using screening, leave a message and blah, 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 blah. And I can see all the text, and usually people hang up after that. So that's kind of nice. I love that. Yeah. Now I keep picking all the spam calls so that they can see my Google screen. All right. Yeah. All right, let's, so I'm going to start typing. You guys see, so the first thing is get express. So var express is equal to require express. Okay. Since we are using MySQL, we'll use good practices. I'm going to call it let. Let MySQL is equal to require MySQL. Okay. So I have my requires. The next thing I have to do is initialize my express using my constructor. So I'm going to say app is equal to express constructor. All right. Okay, is the font okay, or do I need to make it a little bigger? Because if I make it any bigger, it's kind of hard for me to type everything in here, but I can do that. Let me know. All right, the next thing is the port number we need to. So we are going to do the port. Let port is equal to, we can put it as 8080 or anything. But if you guys remember this practice, I'm kind of following it because I missed the first time and I had to redeploy my Heroku app. Because of this, I'm just going to follow the same convention. Not that we are going to deploy this right now. All right, so I get my port number set up. Okay. What's the next thing in MySQL? I want to make a connection. Connection. So I need to create a variable connection, which is an object. All right. And I have to call the MySQL dot create connection function. MySQL dot create connection. It's a function. I'm going to end this, and the function takes in a object. Right? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead, and you guys are going to put in your connection, and I'm going to put in my connection over here. What I have. So I have localhost. So I'm going to put localhost here as my SQL connection, and then the port number, it's the default 3306. All right, this is the port number. This is not the 8080 port. This is the port number that your MySQL localhost is running, and if you have not made any changes, it's 3306. Okay. User, I didn't make any change to the user, so it's root. Password, this is going to be our MySQL password. All right, admin 1 2 3 4. I hope this is what I did. We'll find out. Super secret password. Database. Okay, now the why does it say a red on password? What was that? Oh, I forgot the comma. Thank you. Okay. All right, it's kind of nice. It already tells you. All right, the database. I just created a database. Let's go back and make. Ooh. So you guys are going to use the same database name. This is my database name. Here. Copy this. Wizard Schools DB. All right. So before I proceed, let's go ahead and put in the code for our server to start listening to make sure everything looks good before we begin. So I say app.listen. This first is the port number. All right. And then a callback function to make it anonymous. Put a semicolon at the end before I forget. All right. And just do a console log. And say server started. Okay. Should we say port? Okay. I'm going to put the port number. Okay. Let's go ahead, run this, make sure it looks good. This is exercise 42. MS node MS. All right. Getting some errors. Cannot find module express. What am I missing? Didn't do an npm install. Awesome. All right, looks like my server is running. Everything good. Let me move this here. No. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. Oh. So this is the maximum my terminal can go. All right. That's what we have to work with. All right. So I have my server listening. All right. Everybody good here? All right. Simple. Create a connection, but we have just defined the connection. We haven't actually made the connection. So let's go ahead and do that. So now I have my variable called connection on the top. All right. So I'm going to say connection. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make my connection using connection.connect. All right, let's do this. It's a function. All right, so this is it. All right, now my function connect takes in a callback function. All right, create a function, and I'm going to put in an error. All right, already created a connection. I'm calling the connect method. All right. What happened, Dylan? You didn't like it? Okay. Is that difficult? All right, so let's go ahead and then create our connection. If there's any error, I want to do a console log for it. So I'll do log error. Okay, and then I'm just going to stop here. So I'm going to do a return. Okay, so my error condition is there. If it doesn't happen here, this means I am already connected. So I will say log successfully connected. And let me output the ID also, just to make sure. Thread ID. Okay. This was the property. It will tell me the connection ID. Successfully connected and connection ID. Okay. Don't worry about it. All right. So I made my connection. Okay. If everything looks good, it should be connected. So let's go ahead and run the server. Make sure it is. Okay. Okay. Looks good. Successfully connected. My SQL connection is working. My server is running. Everything looks good over here. All right. Any questions so far? So people who are following, anybody who's not able to make a connection or getting any errors? You're getting errors? Okay. Do you know how to fix those errors? No? What's the error? Password. Oh, I can help you with the password, guys. Sorry. If there's anything other than the password, then what's your error?
Yeah.
browser.
Your route's wrong.
So we are not running anything in the browser right now.
Oh, okay.
You see what I did? Yeah. Right now I just have a connection. I want to make sure my server and my SQL is running, so I just do this. Successfully started, good. Successfully connected, good. Okay. The second line is my MySQL connection successfully. The first is my server has started. Right now, that's all I have. I don't have any gets or any post or anything right now. Okay.
Well, the thing is, you don't have
We don't have any routes right now. I'm going to write the routes after this. Okay. Right now, I just have my SQL connection and my server connection. Oh, sorry.
The first time, it's giving me errors afterwards.
It's giving you errors?
Yeah. And I didn't even make any changes to the name as well. It's just the same thing.
Right. So if you run the first time, it is successful. It's not going to run again. Because if you run again, what the command? If you read the query, it says create data.
I did it on accident.
Oh, okay.
So
as long as your tables are there, table and data is there. Like if you refresh this over here, your table shows up here. And if you run a select query, you get the data. As long as this is there, it's all good. So on your left, if you refresh this, the table should show up.
forgot how to get there.
This is MySQL Workbench. Are you there?
I think more of like tables, how to get it showing up.
Yeah, if you expand this, does the table schools show up? It does?
Yeah, I'm getting
Okay.
schools.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Yep, so you should have it. And after that, if you run this one, just this line. Select star from schools, you should see this data. But only this line.
Yes, the project 2, where the groups are going to be created. Project 2. Yeah, we're not going to Right. Oh, okay. No, they're going to tell us that.
Oh, yeah, it will tell you. Yeah, but I think it's like still 2 weeks. Yeah,
but it's good to know that.
Who's going to be there?
Yeah, because like the project 1, we just 1 week to know each other and communicate. So if we got 1 week before that, we actually do work together.
Okay, you can talk to Carson too, because I'll do my class and he won't talk to you. But that's a good idea. Yeah, I can work on that. What is that?
Yeah, I did just select software.
So in this case, you just have to run this one. So select this and then first highlight this whole thing.
Right.
And then you run this. What's the error?
It's just the connection that I don't know.
It won't let you get out of it.
Yeah. Okay, so I got to show up. I think I was in like a beta.
Oh. So it's good now?
Yeah, so I got my table going.
Okay. Oh yeah, we'll come to the code. So
There's
in
any errors in there, but I'm like, I mean the exact same thing that I did.
what's your errors?
I think it's just a bunch of like what it's looking for is just a bunch of syntax errors, which is
Syntax errors. Oh.
or little items like
We can discuss it. You guys should come up with something. You got any ideas? I've always wanted to write games. I got all kinds of ideas. I know some of the games I have ideas for. Because I want like missing or D&D. But I don't think we have the time for that.
Parentheses.
We have got something in there. Just
With something on the initial step.
Oh yeah. It's well, that should already be set up.
But he had to reinstall it.
Yeah.
That's fine. That doesn't make a difference. The only thing that you would have had to have done is there's a settings.
Yeah.
What is it?
All right, are we good? We're going to start the routing now.
In MySQL.
He's
But if you
getting
run it now, it's
e-access.
probably going to.
What?
There's a separate command.
Access error.
E-A-C-C-E-S.
Run it. Exit out of
It
MySQL.
says, okay, it says listen e-access 0.0.0.0.
Okay.
808.
Where do you put when he tries to run the service?
Let me.
Okay.
You'll open up a new query window and you'll run it as an actual command.
Access error.
Okay, because I don't mind if I lose
So-
stuff and reinstall it.
No privileged user, not privileged. Listening.
Oh, so it's in your MySQL. That's no. Is that what it is? We can test it real quick. Comment your connection code out for the MySQL and run your server. So if it runs successfully, this means the server is fine. It's probably in your MySQL. So just comment the connect code and then run your server to make sure. Probably, I think it's MySQL and your password might be reset or something.
Okay. No, so there's no database or anything like that yet.
All right.
At the time.
Yeah, yeah.
One point to
You basically set up an
Yes.
I have
Moral support. Every other resident.
Yeah.
No, it's a problem
With Node?
Okay. So it's gonna.
How about you change the port to see? It might be something that's already running on that.
I get a weird error.
On your SQL?
Yeah, I just found it. He's sitting on the bed. No, he. Yeah. I think he's sick.
Hey, David? You start him. I'm seeing.
Yeah, so that would be cool.
Well, let's do this. There's a. There's.
I think it's
We're discussing
MySQL connection.
We're gonna be
You
on.
were looking around like you needed something, so I figured I'd come over and say, hey. That's fun.
Yeah, you're just gonna make the base. Make from point A to B.
Alright, while the TAs are helping, we'll start our next part. Alright, now we have to do a route. Okay?
Yeah. Save your data, save your time, save your.
So, the next part, what I want to do is, when somebody goes to my local host, this should pop up.
Yeah, this says it's your port. Like there's something already running on the port.
You good?
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is, anybody who goes to my website, localhost/8080, this should show up. Alright, since this is the route, we are going to use the slash to create a route. Alright, similar to the previous exercise, let's see, where do I want to do it? So I make my connection, everything looks good. Okay, I'm going to create my get route. Alright, let's go ahead and create a get route. So app.get, okay, function, close it out. The first parameter is the route, we'll come back to it, and then the second is a callback function, so I'm going to write that callback function. It's request and response. Let me remove this. Okay, from the previous exercise, same thing, app.get. The first is the route and the second is a callback function. So we're going to put our route as root because that's what we want. All right, so the next thing is I'm going to run my select query. Now what I want to do is when somebody comes to my website, I want to show all the data from my database. All right, so at this point I'm going to run my select query. So it's going to be connection dot query. Query is a function. The first parameter, similar, is my query. The second is my callback function. So I'm going to write those out first so that I don't miss my parentheses and all that stuff. Okay, and my function will give me an error and the result. Okay, again, this is from the previous exercises. I'm now making a query. So let's go ahead and write our simple query. It's going to be select star from schools. All right, this is successful. My result should have a JSON object with all the school results. All right. So let's go back to our web page. This is what I'm trying to show. Okay. So what I'm going to do is when my selection query is successful, I'm going to create my HTML web page right here. How do I do that? I'm going to start with a variable called HTML. And the first thing I need is a H1 heading. So let's go ahead and write our HTML H1 magicals. Okay, and H1. It's kind of pain, but we'll see. We have to go through this, and then we'll see how to fix all of this stuff. All right, so I have my H1 here. So I got this. Oh, it's just magical schools. Let me change this. So I got my magical schools H1. The next thing I want is, oops, my ULLI statements. All right. So let's go ahead, and my HTML is going to be, I'm going to keep concatenating my HTML with the other stuff so that they keep coming up. So next I need my UL. So what am I trying to do? I'm doing my UL, and then I'm going to do my all my LIs, right? And these are going to be my schools with my P's. Okay, let's refer to this. Okay, so my UL is done. Now I need my LIs. So how many in the database? We have like 3 or 4 rows. So I want to show all of them. All right. One way would be you do LI, 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 LI. If there are 5, then I have to do another LI. So for easy, I can do a for loop, right? So let's do a for loop. Make it I. Okay. Oh, what happened here? Okay. Let's do a for loop, and I'm going to create these LI elements now. So HTML plus equal to LI and P. Okay. My columns were ID. Okay, ID. I want to show my ID here, and then I'm going to put my ID that I'm getting back in my result. Okay. So result first index dot ID. Let's make sure that's what it is called. Yeah, ID. ID lowercase. Okay, that's what I have in my database. All right. So I did this LIP my ID, and I'm going to end my statements now. So I'm going to end my P. Okay. So this is my ID. Now within this LI, I want to display my school name also. So let's do that. Add one more. Let me finish this so that it's easier for you guys to read. So I'll start here. So now I am doing my school. So another P, right? And this is school. School, just the school. Okay, so school. Okay, plus same thing, result I. All right, because I'm looping through. Dot. In my database, it was called name. Thank you. Okay, and this will end my P's. Semicolon slash P, and so I'm done with my li also. So I need to end my li. Okay. Please keep verifying my HTML. It's kind of hard to type in Node.js. You can see. We'll find another better way, but you can easily make a typo and it's not going. It's going to stop working without any issues. All right. So looks like this is. Oh yes, excellent. Yes, thank you. So I need to close my UL. So my li is run. Now I need to close my UL. Thank you. So plus equal to, and then I will close my ULs.
You're checking against array.length instead of result.
Array.length. Oh, thank you. This was the default. Excellent. Okay. What else? Everything else looks good?
Yeah.
All right, so I have my HTML. Everything is there. Now, at this point, we are still in that app.get, right? So I need to send this back. So I will say res.send. Send back my HTML string. Okay. If everything works, this is how it is. All right, let's go ahead and test this out real quick. All right, let's see. Ugh, I don't know how to show it. All right, so I'm here. I installed everything. Let's go ahead. I'm going to run my file ms. Okay. Let's see. Localhost 8080. Yes. All right. Good. So we did our so this data is coming from the database. We go into database, we create our HTML, we get our data, and it is displayed. Okay. Any questions on this one? Okay, so now you guys go ahead. The next exercise, our TAs are going to slack you out. The next exercise is very, very similar. You probably just have like a couple of more extra routes, but the coding part and everything is very similar. So go ahead and do this. You'll have to use HTML inside your Express code. Create that web page, and then we'll come to see. We'll discuss more about the handlebars after that. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let me close this. So it's very, very similar. Go ahead and starting. We'll do this for next 15-20 minutes and see how far you get. But with these two exercises that I did, you should be very comfortable. You should be able to get it's very similar, just as like a couple of extra routes. That's all it is. So instead of one, you just need three routes connected to MySQL, get the data, and then show that data.
So I thought I could work with
Server. So the
yeah, I think certain systems, sometimes they those files, so that may be.
and if they're conflicting.
So you always check that out.
Okay, sounds good. Finally not throwing an error. Very cool. Yeah.
It sounds like so.
Yeah, I was actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I built this. It's okay. I went on vacation.
Selling anything?
Think it'll work?
Oh, that was nothing? Yeah. Wow, I guess it's like, okay. As long as it doesn't blow up my laptop or your laptop or my charger.
Were you able to connect to it before you started doing this? HDMI. What are you not doing? You have to send back a response to the browser.
They have to do like.
So you get
So it would be rest dot. Which one? So you like this one? Is this running? Well, you don't have your password on. The database password is not there.
it's not going to be resolved. So that's the example that you guys have. That's the heading.
Create the table.
So the result is there was a number that's why it's straight. What do you think you're going to say?
We were having issues in our class, and everybody in our class wiped the passwords. Our passwords are just.
Oh, then I think.
We were having, we had issues connecting on like that first day,
Okay.
and we all just had to wipe our passwords.
So how did you reset it?
We found some SQL queries
To reset the password.
yeah, So just remove the string out.
Oh, okay. So remember the query, can you post it on Slack?
We have it in our Monday, Wednesday too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can.
Yeah, I can find it just like, I sure a couple of people were having the password issues. So just mention that only if they want to remove the password. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your database?
It sucks.
Yeah,
He was so mad that day.
It's on YouTube, guys.
Right, yeah.
But I also look at when I go and it's then something really
I don't know. Jerry. The right select keep going down. Select stars.
Okay. And then
Yeah, I'm just doing the server.
That's a database.
I know how to do
I'm not gonna hurt myself if I open a door.
So now go back to your code. Now just need to make a connection. You have the code over there. Just need to put in the go back to your magic school. So the code is there. Put in your password and run. Okay, then that should be fine. Then run that and see what happens.
See what I want? Yeah. I know. Yeah.
My parents were like, no. I'm 18, I can do it.
No, yeah, I don't want it to be like full on, like completely covered in space shit, but I do want there to be a theme.
I still
Yeah. I'm pretty much always have like, look at this. I don't even know where this is from. I have no idea where that is. And then I have like that one, that one. But like, yeah, I'm covered. That one. Everywhere. I don't know. I don't really know how to get wasted. I mean, I get really deep to misogynist, and a lot of times I'll get wasted for that. But that was like that's yeah. Usually I'll have like cheetah spots. No, I'll get like 2 hours.
I like it. Take your time.
30 seconds, I should be done.
Take your time, but be quick.
Okay. What? What's up?
Sweet. Throw some HTML. There you go. Yeah. Good deal.
You guys taking turns to take off?
What's that?
You guys taking turns to?
Yeah.
How long do they have for this activity?
Huh?
How long do you have for this
Probably
activity?
like 11:30, 11:45.
Okay, so like
I'll
another
start.
10
Yeah.
minutes. Cool.
I want to start handlebars before lunch and we'll discuss more.
Mm-hmm.
No one will break.
Handlebars.
Handlebars.
They got me with you.
No handlebars.
How you guys doing here? Any questions?
So you have to install do a npm install.
No, I want to.
Fair enough.
I was trying to figure out like
Well, best thing to do is, look at some previous activities that we did. Concepts, for this, concepts that we've learned so far are pretty much on par with what you guys are doing right now. So, take a look at those old activities, and yeah, just flags down if you need us.
That's an npm install. You should install everything. So you have the package. Yeah, that's it. So, and if you do npm install, no package, what you do and whatever the packages are over here, see express automatically install. You have to type in. But you need to have this one. Looks like you should have all those.
All those slash.
Yeah, don't worry. Well, I can explain it later, but that's good. Next, let's see for this. See installation and then
someone's bathroom like from
Hey, Jason. How's it going?
this was the I wrote it over there. Remember we were having that issue. We were trying to this is like we were trying to pass in in MySQL with the question mark. It was working kind of right on the object, so I just wrote it down. Because synthesize in the last one, you have to pass a question mark and a value. To use the array to fill that out. You write a connection dot query, then you write a query question mark, and then you pass it. Once you get to it, you won't remember. That's why I wrote it. No, just an array and the single value. Yeah,
I know I've got something backwards. So like,
We all know that.
well, yeah, no, I got it. But I think up here I made a mistake. I don't even need that.
Well, you need the auto increment.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
gotcha. So that should work.
Well, it's still getting an ID.
Well, I didn't run it yet. Oh, gotcha.
So you need your in colors and then we can work together.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
JS.
Yeah. First you need to tell it what
You do it backwards.
yeah. What am I ordering previously? Guys good here? Progressing? Huh? Okay. I'll take threading, you put in multi-threading or something like that.
Well, I'm turning. I created a wrapper around my SQL to make it synchronous, and it works really well. And I can pass it up to two perhaps my target SQL, any form that's provided. But now I need a third parameter, so I have to readjust to be able to use the second parameter as an array, pass it in as an array, and then build out a string. Execute as a string. I just need
So a wrapper is a sync or
this is kind of what. So all I have to do for my server is include my wrapper. And then in my wrapper, I just declare my MySQL, give it a SQL sequence, so I can select, run this method after it comes back, and I can pass in args into that method. So here's where I would do it. So then it immediately calls back into here. And then I can display the result. But if I just want more SQL commands, I just do this, and then it'll execute my SQLs in synchronous.
So I don't have to keep calling.
I don't have to keep track of all my functions everywhere. It's just
Yeah.
I just build out my JSON object where it just takes
Put it on GitHub.
Yeah.
Tell people to start.
Yeah, then I just found the flop where it can only take in the method it's called, it can pass in args, and then it naturally passes in the SQL results into the function.
Okay.
But now I need a third argument. So I need to figure out how to do the whole array and then execute as a SQL or execute as a string.
Wow.
It made it like as you were building all that connections and everything, I just imported out. So it was nice.
Listening. Okay, so the listening part is then getting access. So either your password is something good. So when you use the MySQL, you didn't put a password.
Oh, that's
I mean,
right.
I grow hairs and stuff, so it's cold to me.
So how do you guys resolve the e-access?
Check this port number.
Like, if it's
It's
and
there's either something already running on that port or the port. Well, that's what it means. There's something already running on the port.
Oh, that was what.
So it either has another node open already, or the port is in use. Like his was 0808 instead of 88.
I love the
Oh, that's exactly what
Last year, and we lived in a apartment complex, so we take this out, because I
So now I'm able to figure out which I know part of it's the same. In fact, from here. Except for the atoms from here
I did it
here
for-
should be the same, then I just have to round it.
Actually, I bought my.
Do you have the, you can leave the process now, that way when you load it, it'll just load up the list for you. But in this place, we did it, so obviously we're going to use but then you, schools in here for basically so think of it as,
I know. I basically bought the parts and
this is similar, but you're basically you like,
no, 4 grand. I increased the team. The clear bra.
that right here is pretty similar. Yeah, so you'll see like it'll make a list for you, create all the list items.
And plus suspension.
Right.
Just with
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to change it. I don't like the damn.
Yeah, so just make sure.
All right, guys. In a couple of minutes, we'll start the new part. So make sure guys are coming at a good stopping point. Let me show you the solution. Again, the solution it's same as what we did as live coding, right? The only thing is the queries might be a little more asking a lot more. Like I think you need to pass in. You need to do order by. Let's look at what the solution says. Same thing, make a connection, get connected. The only difference over here is the queries are a little more, I won't say complicated, it's not still as complicated, but you're adding some new things, order by that we saw in the first week of SQL. But the more important part over here is that we are still using a lot of HTML over here. All right, this exercise was to point this out, that once you have the data, that's all good, but you need to write all of these HTML over here. What do you think? What do you guys think? What's the problem of writing HTML over here? Takes forever. Excellent. Yeah, that's what's my number one. Yes.
It's static.
Static.
Yeah. So like if your data ever changes, you have to rewrite it.
Yeah. It's kind of you kind of hard coded it, and even that hard coding is difficult because you have to type this out. Now, when we were doing live coding, right? I got corrected a lot of times because my editor doesn't tell me what I'm doing wrong. I'm typing HTML in a JavaScript file, and of course, at this point, this is a string. It doesn't care what it is, right? When I render it, that's when I realize there's an error, right? And I could have missed a Angular bracket over here, an ID or a P. I wouldn't know until I deploy everything and I run my server, right? That's kind of pain. And then again, anything changes, I have to go back and update my things. What you were saying, it's kind of static over here, right? So this, before I proceed, any questions on this exercise? We'll upload the solution. But the other thing over here is we saw the connection.query when you have to pass in something to MySQL using the question mark. You pass it an array. We were kind of confused previously. We were trying to pass an object, but it's actually an array. So that's why I pointed this out. Otherwise, you're getting the data, displaying it. There's no big change from the previous live coding that we did.
But you have to, that parameter does take an object, it's just that your object is applied that brand.
Oh, yeah. So what I meant was what we were trying.
Oh,
One
you're
point
saying like
was,
an object.
yeah, it was well that makes sense. It should be an object. Apparently it's an array. So that's what there. Yeah.
In the end, I'll still go.
Okay. Any questions on this exercise before we move on to the next one? So in half an hour we'll give you an overview of handlebar. Try to see how far we get in exercise. I'll do the coding part, and then after lunch, there's one more exercise related to that. Okay. So you saw all the issues and everything, and that's where our next topic comes in, which is called handlebars. Now handlebars, I will tell you, I have the library that we are going to look at handlebars. I have never used it, and the chances are when you're working, you would probably also never encounter that. Right? No, but there is a reason for that. But this is important. The concept is very important, and the coding that you see is almost same as when you go into your React or into your AngularJS. All right. The good part about this library is it kind of isolates the concept, which is very important. But so instead, when you jump into React or AngularJS or whatever front-end languages, when you encounter this, you won't be surprised or shocked. Be like, well, what's going on over here? And it kind of takes the noise away because React and Angular, they have a lot more stuff in it. So they kind of don't concentrate. So there are a lot more concepts that you need to learn. So there's a lot of noise, and this kind of handlebar kind of gets confusing when you start learning that. So that's why it's important we use this. The concept is same. The coding is almost the same. So it will kind of nicely tie in when we go into our React course. Okay. So handlebars. Yeah. So both of those languages use this concept. Template. Will, what does template word mean? What if I say template? Like a blueprint. Excellent. Yep. So template is kind of blueprint. So I have you have those Word templates. You know, if you're creating a resume, we kind of open the Word template. It has kind of things pre-filled, and then what we call is a placeholders. You know, they leave some things out that you can pre-fill those. You can fill in those things, and then it will output your result. Right? That's what a template is basically, right? So handlebars are exactly the same thing. What they do is they create a template. They create a HTML template for you. Okay? They create a template for you, and then when you are ready, you put in values inside your HTML. Okay? So your HTML is now going to have something called placeholders. That's what we call it. And then in your placeholder, you will just put in values inside it. That's how the template works, right? If you have a Word template for your resume, everything is built out. You put in your name, experience. The basic format is already there, right? So same thing with HTML. Now HTML itself doesn't have that capability, right? We saw HTML, it's all tags and everything, right? There's no concept of template. There's no concept of handlebars in it. So of course we need to add something. When we joke about it, we say when you are using handlebars or templates in HTML, it's HTML on steroids. That's how it is. It's you are doing stuff that doesn't come built in, but you kind of force your HTML to do those stuff. So we'll see what it is. Now, the backstory is, I said we are going to use it in React and Angular. Angular kind of started with this, and when they came out with their Angular first version, they had the concept of templating, HTML templating using handlebars. Sometimes you'll hear the word mustache. The reason is it's your curly parentheses. So they kind of call it like handlebar mustaches like this. So that's why they call it handlebar. But this is how it is. So your AngularJS kind of started with it, and they, in my opinion, kind of revolutionized. They were what I think were like the jQuery of my time, or of our time, right? They came up with this framework. Everybody jumped on it, and it is good. It's exciting. I learned it. and they kind of changed the game. They said, okay, from 2000 jQuery was it, right? When people were writing JavaScript, then jQuery came out. Everybody was like, oh my god, this is so much easier. And then when Angular came out, everybody like, oh my god, this is this is it, right? Unfortunately, they kind of bombed their own product. They came out with Angular 2, and that's it. It's probably going to fade away pretty soon. I have no hopes for Angular anymore. The thing was that they released this product, and React also came out same time, but nobody gave. They were like, yeah, nobody cares about you, Facebook, anymore because Angular is there. Google came out of it. Advertise, Angular is the thing. Then they got overconfident or something. They were like, hey, we have this new language, Angular 2. We are going to call it Angular 2. This is the next version. This is even more cooler. The problem with that was they rewrote the whole Angular one. They probably should have released it with a new language name, and everybody would have been fine. But they said this is the next version of Angular, and they rewrote the whole syntax. It has nothing. It has no similarity with Angular 1. And that, I think, was their biggest mistake. And that turned off a lot of programmers, and me too. I learned Angular 1. I thought, this is it. This is our jQuery of our time. Learned it, kind of got expert in it, and then Angular 2 came out. They lost that trust, especially with companies, because they said if Google is going to... Now, what happens now, right? You have a one version, and you come up with a new version, but you change the whole thing, right? Now the companies are looking, hey, I have to, what will, they came to me and they're asking, hey, what would it take to upgrade from Angular 1 to Angular 2? Well, you have to rewrite the whole code. Well, guess what? No executive wants to hear that you have to rewrite the whole code, right? It's funny, at Walmart, I was part of the team, very low level, and we were supposed to come up with our conclusion and set the company direction, whether we are going to use React or Angular. I was on the Angular party, and we tried hard, but at the end they came down and they said, well, what if from Angular 2, Angular 4 comes in and they change the whole thing? How much time or what do you have to do to upgrade it, right? The honest answer was that if they do this, you have to rewrite the whole code, and nobody wanted to do that. So we lost this case, and Walmart is now, the direction was use React. So Walmart uses React a lot. If you look up Electrode, that's Walmart's open source code. Electrode is built on top of React, so it's completely React now. And a lot of companies move towards that. I know David's company, he's working on Angular. He's working on the first version. It's kind of, companies are hesitant to go to the second version because of this.
For new projects,
yeah.
It would take months.
Right. So I think Google had something really great, but they kind of lost it, and I don't think Angular is going to survive anymore. React is now the de facto standard. A lot of companies are switching to React. So instead of mean stack, MEAN, remember, it's now MERN stack, MERN. So, I tried learning Angular too. I don't know, my heart wasn't in it. I kind of gave up on that too. So it's funny that yesterday I was on a subreddit /AngularJS, and somebody posted asking, hey, I don't see any new post. And the first comment was, because we all moved to React.js. And thank you for your reminder. I'm going to unsubscribe from this one. And I did the same thing. So it's kind of heartbreaking, but here we are. So but the point was that AngularJS started with this handlebar thing. They had it in your built-in code, and we'll see how powerful it is. Again, I said HTML on steroids, and it is actually what it is. You are making your HTML do a lot more stuff now. Okay, so the library that we are going to look at is, let me show it. It's called handlebar, express handlebar. Okay, and this is what we are going to be looking at. So you can, let me select this out so that you guys can view this. Anyway, that was my side story or rant about AngularJS. Still kind of heartbreaking, but here we are. Oh, hold on, let me, ooh, doesn't sound good. Okay, so back to this. So we are going to use this, we are going to understand, make sure we understand the concept of handlebars, so that when you go into your front-end libraries such as React, you kind of know what's going on, all right? So I posted this link, and this is the library that we are going to use. All right, it's in Express, so we'll start seeing what it does. Okay. Let's see what else. And let me post this also. This is the, or you know what, Google Express JS documentation also. I'm going to be referring to that also. All right. So I won't post this link. You guys go ahead and Google the Express library, and then we are going to refer to these methods over here. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to start with a little bit of coding so that you guys can see for the next 15 minutes, and we'll come back after lunch and do this, make sure everybody understands it. Okay, let's see how I want to do this. You know what, let me create a totally new thing so that you guys can, no, not here. Let's see, handlebar example. Okay, that's not what I want. Let me handlebar example. Okay, what do I do? That's okay. I cheated and I created my desktop here.
Yeah,
okay, so we'll start from here. Right, so the first thing, let's go ahead and create a server.js. Okay, we'll begin from here. All right, so first thing we need Express. All right, let's go ahead and create a variable Express. Let Express is equal to require Express. Okay. All right, next thing we are going to use is the handlebar library. All right, and it's called Express-handlebars. All right, so I'm going to name it Express handlebars. So require Express-handlebars. I think it's bars. Let me go back. I have an extra R. Handlebars. Right, Express handlebars package npm install handlebars. Okay, I think I got the name right. All right, so these are the two we are going to use. So go ahead and do an npm install. I'm going to install Express, and I'm going to install X. I'm good? Okay. MCD. I don't have the package.json because I don't want to create it right now. Just for these, so I'm going to install those manually. And then this is called Express-handlebars. Express-handlebars. Ah, what's up with? Yes, thank you. Handlebars. Okay. Okay. All right. So as I said, handlebars. You're going to see two new syntax in your HTML. curly brackets 2, and then curly brackets ending 2. I can't do the right one better, but 2 curly brackets starting and ending. This is going to be in your HTML. This is one. The second is 3 curly brackets. Okay. So when you are using handlebars, this is going to be your syntax in your HTML. Anything between this will be handlebar. It's called handlebar. It's going to be handled by a library, and we'll see what this is. Now, what is the difference between this and this? Right. The only difference is anything that you put between these. If you have HTML, is going to be rendered with HTML. So for example, if I do 3 curly brackets and I write my H1, and then I do this, just in case, right? So this thing, the 3 curly bracket recognizes the HTML tags and it will output as a HTML, as a H1. If you do the same thing in this one, it's not going to recognize your HTML. It's going to output as a string. All right. We'll see how we use both of them, but this is the main difference between these two. All right. This does not recognize HTML. This recognizes HTML, the 3-1. Okay. Now let's go back to the documentation and see. Now the thing, again, we are just using this for our examples. So if you look at the documentation here, if you want to use Express handlebar, there's a particular directory structure that we need to follow, and it's kind of strict. So as the documentation says, you need to have a views folder, and all your views like home, about, contact, whatever your HTML pages are, they go inside the views folder. And then inside your views folder, there should be another folder called layouts, and it should have a main.handlebars file. Okay. For now, let's just understand this is a format we need to follow, and we'll see what each one goes. Again, this is in their documentation that I posted on Slack. Right. So this is the directory structure that you need to follow. It kind of, when you run handlebars, they kind of only look into these kind of folders and try to figure it out. So that's why that's how it is. Right? Again, when you move on to React or AngularJS, you won't be required. They have their own techniques to use it. But for now, for your homework, for this week, for the next week, this is what we're going to do. All right. Views, all your views go inside it, and then your main and your layouts, you have a main handlebar. All right. We'll see what this, what each one of those does. All right. Next, so let's go ahead and create those folders since they are saying it. So let me create my 2 folders called view, and so inside my handlebar example, I'll create a folder called view. Was it view or views? Views. Okay, awesome. Views, and my views folder has a folder called layout. Layout or layouts? Layouts. Okay, thank you. All right, I don't have anything right now, so we'll okay, let's go. Since this is going to be always main.handlebar, let's go ahead and create, in my layouts, I'm going to create a file called main.handlebars, and we'll see what goes inside it. Again, handler bars. I'm going to try something. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, so I have my layout created as per the documentation. All right, and these are my views. So depending on what I'm creating, I'm going to name those. But this is kind of fixed. So every time you start, just do a views folder, create a layout folder, put in a main.handlebars, and then you can move on. Okay, now let's look at this one. So I did the first one, I did the second one. Okay, let's do this one. App, oops, app is equal to express. Okay. Port. Okay, let's create the port number 2, so we can get that out of the way. Let port is equal to process.env.port or AT&T. Okay. All right. The next thing, it says app.engine. So what I would do is app is a variable which is part of Express, right? I mean, I create a constructor and I using Express. So all my Express functions are in my app variable over here. So I'm going to go in my documentation and try to see what does this mean. So I am in my application. Oops. That's right. Okay. So I go in my app, and then the method is app.engine. App.engine. Click here. So you see the first registers the given template engine. That's my queue. So what am I going to do in this? If I want to, so Express kind of has that built in. Whatever template engine, like this one, we are using Express handlebars. There are a lot more, but we are looking at one of those. So it has that functionality built in that you can tell Express that use this template engine. All right. So let's go back to our code over here, and it says that you put in handlebars as an engine and then create this layout. You are telling that main, this is where my default layout is. And we'll see what goes inside our main.handlebar files. All right. So go ahead and copy that. I'm going to type that out so that just to refresh again. So app.engine. All right. So help me out over here. This first was the engine name, right? So it's handlebars. Okay. And the next was the object that we created above. Okay. I'm going to close this out, and I have to pass in an object over here. Okay, again, this is part of the library, and this is how you have to do it. So just copy paste it so that we can get it up and running. Okay, now in this one, they were saying I need to pass an object with called default layout. Okay, and my default layout is main. Okay, looks good. The first line is done. The next it says app.set. So again, I would just go here and try to, I like to see what the method does. It might not exactly fit what the code is showing, but it kind of gives me an idea what each function is doing. So the set method over here says it's setting key value pairs, that you pass in a key and it will set this value for that title. In this example, it's kind of setting your key value pairs. That's what we call. Okay, so it seems like in this documentation it is just setting view engine to handlebars. Okay, I can guess view engine might be something inside Express. They're kind of expecting a key, and you have to tell, oh, use handlebars as my view engine. It seems like just a setting. Okay, so I will go here. I will say app.set my view engine to handlebars. So go back here. All right, looks good. We'll come back to this one and see what it is. All right, so this is the basic code to get your engine set up and get it running. Okay, so let's go ahead and call my add my server code so that it is running, and then we can make sure that it's all good. At port. Okay, and then I have a function. Okay, log it. Server running at port. Okay, let's do a quick run on this one. Make sure everything looks good. Server. Okay, sorry. Okay. No errors. Looks like it's able to handle my Express handlers. All my libraries are installed. I'm good over here. Okay. All right. So this is the server part. This is how you set up any template engine. And right now we are looking at handlebars. All right. So next is we set up our. We'll start with our main handler. Okay. So let's see what goes into our main handler. So this also kind of ties into. You guys must have the word heard about single page applications. Kind of got more popular once React and Angular came out. Angular kind of set the precedence. But single page applications are that you have a header and a footer and everything, and then when you go to a new route, when you click some button, those kind of remain the same. You will see they are not like refreshing, that it doesn't like refresh. The headers and the footers kind of remain the same. Your middle part is always changing. That's what the single page application. And your URL also kind of remains the same most of the time. So that's what is called single page applications. And again, handlebars and all that stuff, they kind of make that possible. So in my main handlebar, I want my main page. All right, so this is what I'm trying to do. I'm going to create a main page, right? And in my main page, my body is what is going to get changed. It's going to get new data, new pages, and all that stuff. But my main page is going to remain the same. So I'm going to create a template of my main page, and everything inside this is going to keep changing. All right. So simple HTML. All right. Let's see. This is all good. Let me take this thing out so that we can see what we're doing. Okay. So this is again my main page. So in my main page, I want to add a header. I will say header. I'm going to call it. This is main page. Okay, one last thing and then we will stop. Okay, now this is where the handlebar comes in. So I have my main page. After my heading, I want everything to be rendered, or anything dynamic should be there. That's where your handlebar comes in. So how do you do this? You will say 3 curly brackets. Why 3? Because anything that's going to be shown over here, I want it to be HTML understanding, that this is going to be some other HTML, which is going to be some other page. I want it to render as an HTML. Okay? And body, and that's it. And body is important. This is the keyword that it is going to look for. Okay? Again, at this point, we have created our main page, which is a template. It's going to be a template for some other pages which are going to come in and paste over here, change and everything, but my main page is always going to be the same. It's always going to remain. So what am I doing over here? I'm saying this is my main page, and what would you do regularly? You would write some more HTML, you will write some p tags here and all that stuff. You create a table maybe, and then create one more table or one more p, right? So in this case, what I'm saying is that, you know, all of this thing is I'm going to write it somewhere else. You just worry about it when I call you, you go ahead and paste whatever is in the body. And I'll tell this later. Okay, where the body content and everything is. Okay, so any questions before we go to lunch? Again, you start with your main page, main handler, and you follow the direction. You have a views folder, and then inside you have a layouts folder, and your layouts folder has your main HTML. Kind of goes with .handlebars extension, but if you do your HTML, it's going to recognize it perfectly. Okay, no more JavaScript, writing my HTML in my JavaScript. All right, so after lunch we will complete this exercise. I'll show you how to put in pages inside this body, and then we'll do a practice exercise. Okay, all right, I'll see you guys at 12:45. Yes. This thing? This is the this is the regular HTML. Remember HTML? You can skip the line part, but it automatically. Yeah, when you do the exclamation mark. So this the whole code is the same HTML when you do it. The only difference is this part. Everything else is if you do the exclamation mark, press enter, which is what you create the files and all that stuff. So it's a totally I'm doing it from scratch, so it's not there. So you will have to like create this folder and then add these three inside it and then do it. Let me go and talk to Jason and I'll be back. I have a meeting for 5 minutes and I'll be back. Yeah. We can sit. Handlebars? So far? Confusing?
Oh, yeah, that's it. You use it before?
I used EJS,
Okay.
but it was the hardest part of switching from EJS to this was because Express didn't
Oh,
have
they
handlebars. Let's see. So EJS, you just set the view engine. That's it.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
GS is easier. I think.
It's pretty
That's confusing when you first look at that.
Because EJS takes straight JavaScript.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, I'm gonna look at EJS.
I don't know. There's
So
another one like Mustache.
Yeah,
well,
it's
this is a
part
derivative of Mustache.
Yeah, it's from
From Mustache.
Yeah, so this is the same.
So
EJS
yeah, EJS. So like in this, like to do each function, you have to actually call like handlebars hash each and do all that.
Right.
EJS, you do opening bracket percent sign, and then you can write plain JavaScript. So you can just call JavaScript each function.
Oh, that will work.
And then run it, and then there you go. That's it. And you can do you can insert literals and stuff. It's real simple. What's that?
Yeah, they just got acquired now. They just announced that new CEO Nash Friedman is on board. 12:45, 30 minutes.
look at that. Time to spare.
So yeah.
No, I'm doing my homework.
Oh, you're already doing the homework. Okay.
Um,
When did you Wednesday?
This Wednesday. Yeah.
We gotta start that tonight.
So yeah, it's that. It's within the next class. So everything is like that.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be full.
Maybe even some ICP for longer stuff. So
Yeah.
We'll have 2 different types of that.
Yeah.
Why do
It's
you
gonna
usually
be-
come
it's gonna be fun.
Trying to figure out that tree. Yeah, but I think we're gonna be doing mango. What, Daniel, mango's what, next week or the following week?
Mango?
Mango, yeah.
It's not next week. It's yeah, it's kind of towards the end. I don't think it's next. Still a couple of weeks, I think.
Couple more weeks?
Yeah.
Planning to be in here for a long time, right? Right. And for 8 minutes to spare. Mine looks like this. Right here. Right, but you need much of this was your But there's a styling.
Yeah.
There's a stylish thing. Good for screen.
Yeah, style up, the style movement, the screen. And then put it right back on the table.
Yeah, looks really good.
So it's in line. Or that red green, lime green in the future.
I don't.
Get somebody else to do it.
Can you tell me about data structures? What's a string? Don't need it. You're like, dude, so ironically after I no way that
Don't need it. You ever heard of bootstrap?
Yeah. Just start reading the CD. Waste. You
guys are gonna be asking some real
all my
over here
references became Justin, Carson, Garrett, and Charlie. Yeah, don't need it. It's fine. What did he do there?
What he said he doesn't need them? Yeah, he's right. He's stupid.
What about straight? I'm more of a bully. All code needs to be broken down into true or false. Wait. The someone say for loop? That's my middle name. Don't do that. If just get a couple shitty interviews done before you just go completely ham. Freaking destroy the interviewer.
Yeah, I don't get to the end of it. Do you have any more questions? Yes, I do. Stupid. How do you feel about Norwich? Very interesting. You go on that? Nope. No? Alright, well, I don't know where you're trashed me yesterday. I'm back. Now I know how to break it.
I saw you. Didn't I see you over there? Oh, lunch?
Yeah.
Oh. Those boots, right? So, we have 6 milligrams. 6 milligrams. Very good. I have lost. No, not some. Yeah, that's the.
You didn't read all of those.
Again,
Yes.
on the where you have it made that handlebar, is that where you put your HTML code in?
Yes.
Okay. So that handlebars is okay? That's legit?
Dot handlebars?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
It has to be dot handlebars. You see it kind of
Got it.
file extension.
It won't load my snippet because it'll change it.
Yes. Well, you won't see anything right now. You still have to do something.
Right.
It should, yeah, it should be able to write just like any HTML.
Then for and you deleted all the things before the head.
Yeah.
Just
to keep it
for
simple.
now.
Even just for now. You can keep it. It wouldn't make any difference. But I just wanted to, so that we can focus on what's important. Here. That's
Got it.
All right. Let's get started. So, any questions so far? I'll go through this one more time. But let me know if you guys have any question. Again, so what we did, we started with our server.js. We installed our Express, then we installed Express handlebars. That's the engine that we are using. There are a couple of settings on line 7 and 8 according to the documentation. That's what we need to add so that we can use this Express dash handlebars. All right, the first thing was setting the engine. So we went ahead, we said, okay, use my engine as handlebars, and default layout is my main. So my main.handlebars is going to be the first page. It's going to be like my default layout, and everything is going to go inside it. All right. So very important, default layout main. Okay. And then the next one, we are setting our view engine to be handlebars. So these two are the settings you can copy paste in every new program that you write. And these are coming directly from the documentation. All right. The next part, we start our server, and then it's listing on that port. All right. So far, so good. According to the documentation, when we are using handlebar library, we need to create a folder called views and layouts. So views will have all the layouts, all the HTML that is going to go inside this. All right, inside this body, we are going to write some HTML. In my layouts is my default layout main that goes in my layouts folder. Okay, and the extension is .handlebars, and it recognizes the HTML part of it. So you don't have to worry about if it recognizes or not, it does. And I wrote this HTML in my main handlebars. All right, so I created a main.handlebars, which is basically an HTML file. And this, in my body, I have this tag, which is handlebars. 3 curly brackets. 3 curly bracket means that anything that gets over here is supposed to be recognized as an HTML. So this will help the engine to render all your H1 tags, all your P's, and all that stuff. All right, that's why you have the three curly brackets. In this exercise, this is probably the only place you are going to use 3 curly brackets, but if you have something coming back that you want to render, we can change that. But for now, this is the place we are going to use our 3 curly brackets. Okay, any questions so far? Now we'll see how this renders and how do we see our web page and all the data. So now what we are going to do is we are going to pass our data from our server and kind of render our HTML. Let's see, I'm going to go through and see what it means. All right, so this exercise, what we'll do is, since we're coming back from lunch, we'll do that, you know, what did I have for lunch? Right, so I'm creating a web page which will show me what I had, what I have lunch what did I have for lunch on a weekday, and what did I have for lunch on a weekend? Okay, simple. You know, I'm just going to output what I had for lunch on these 2 routes, and then I'm going to create a third route called lunches that will output all the lunches, you know, all of the lunches that I had. All right, weekend, weekday included. Right. So in this class right now, we are not going to connect to SQL. In the next one, we'll see how to connect to SQL and get the data for all of these routes. But since we are not connecting to SQL, we will just create our array variable that will hold our data for now. Okay, we saw this in our characters exercise. So let's go ahead and do that first. So I'm going to say let lunches is equal to an array. Okay, usually this comes from MySQL, but for now, for simplicity, because that's not important right now. So I'm going to create 2 objects which will have my lunch data inside it. Okay, I'm going to call it lunch. Okay, and then I'm going to call this second lunch. Okay, so let's suppose I'm going to put my weekday lunches. All right, let's suppose this is what I had on a weekday. All right, next one I'm going to put my lunch for the weekend. Okay, again, simple, just an array, and we are doing this so that we can see our data. All right, let's suppose this is coming from backend MySQL or whatever, but this is how this is what the data I had, this is what I am going to work on. All right, so now I'm going to use this data, and then when I do this, it's going to show me the first one. When I do this route, it's going to show me the second. When I do this route, lunches, is going to show me all the data. All right, now we have done this, and you know, we did it in the previous exercise. You write here some HTML in your Node.js code, kind of put these values in, and it shows up. All right, we're going to see how do we do this using template. All right, so the first thing is I need to create my routes. So I'm going to let's go ahead and create our routes. So app.get. All right, so the first route I was saying is I'm going to create this route. Let me complete these first. Okay, request, response, ending curly brackets, everything is there. Okay, let's go ahead and create our route. So the first route I want is weekday. Okay, and we'll see what I need inside this. So I'm going to just copy this, create a second I want is weekend, right? And then the last one, weekend. The last one I want lunches. Okay, this route will give me all the data. All right. So far so good. Just created 3 routes. So the first one is going to give me my weekday lunch, second one weekend, and the third one is going to give me all of them. All right. So before I do anything, let's go to our views folder, and I want to create a HTML file that's going to show me my lunches. Right. It has to be rendered on a HTML page. Right. Where do I see those? So let's go ahead and create a file. It's going to be handlebar file. I will call it lunch dot handlebars. Okay. Again, this is not in my layout. This is in my views. So views, by usually you will see views a lot, and this means that all the HTML pages, they kind of go in your views folder. Okay. So now my views folder is there, and I'm going to write my HTML. This is the page where my lunch are going to show up. Okay, so a couple of choice. I mean, just it's HTML, so I could do like a P, and then okay, and then weekday, week, and lunch. It's going to show up over here, but this is what my purpose is. In my P tag, I want to show my lunch, whatever in my array over there is. Okay, so this is just a comment so that you guys know what I'm going to put over here. So this is where the handlebar comes in now. So this is kind of dynamic. I cannot hard code anything over here, and that's where my handlebar helps. Okay, so I'm using the 2 curly brackets one because I want my data. I don't want I know it's not going to be any HTML inside it, so I just want to render whatever data gets passed into it. All right. Now, what do I want? You can put a name. Oops. Lunch. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's just a variable that you want. Come on. Okay, this bit. That you want it showed over here. Okay. Now going back again, I'm creating a web page, HTML page that I want to show to the user. Okay, and what this page consists of, it will just show me my whatever I had for lunch. Okay, now this web page can be as fancy as you want. You can have your styles. You can have more H1, depending on what data is getting out. So for now, we'll keep it simple so that we can see how the data gets passed over here. Okay. Now when this page lunch.handlebars get rendered or shown, this thing should be replaced by whatever I had for lunch, depending on a weekday or weekend. Okay. Now again, these curly brackets, does HTML recognizes those? No, it's not part of HTML. HTML has no idea what it is. All right. Yes.
In main handlebars, the body has 3 brackets, whereas this one only has 2 of them.
Right. What's the difference? You tell me.
Well, lunch is a variable in the server JavaScript, whereas body is something that comes from HTML, so maybe it requires
This is a
Kind of close. Yeah. What is it?
We want to pull this as a string, right?
Right.
That's
And what does
why
it
we're
do?
doing double braces versus the triple.
But what does the triple do?
That turns it into HTML.
Well, yes.
It renders it.
Renders it, yeah. So if in my double curly brackets I had h1 and then something slash h1 end, what will get rendered in this case if I use double curly brackets? String is going to actually just output h1 on your screen. But if I use 3 curly brackets, it will recognize these h1s and actually render it as an HTML. Okay, Andrea, does this make sense?
Yeah, the 2 is a string, 3 is anything.
3 is if you have HTML tags inside it, it's going to recognize those and actually bold, like do a h1. You can type this in and see. We will see. You can in double curly brackets type in your HTML tag. It won't recognize it. Will just output as H1 and all this stuff. Okay. All right. So let's. This is my web page. It is done. All right. So now the page that I showed you is going to be is part of your main page again. So I want that handlebar page to be shown inside my main page. Okay. Oops. All right, so let's go ahead and see how do we render that page. So I called it lunch, right? So I'm going to use a method called res dot. We saw send file. This is called render. Okay. Now going back to the documentation. It's part of response, and then let's see, where's my oops. Okay, it's kind of weird. Okay, response dot render. Okay, so what does render do? First line takes a string and renders it as a HTML. Okay, so the render function will take a view or a HTML and it's going to give it back to the route and it's going to render as an HTML. Okay, that's what render does. So the first thing is, we have something we'll see. The first thing is your again, start a file. It is kind of your file that you want to render, but you don't have to put in the extension over here. So I want to, when somebody comes to this route, I want them to see my lunch page. Okay, this is the one that I created inside my views, lunch.handlebars. Don't have to put the extension, just say which page. Okay. And after the second parameter is the data part. Okay, in my lunch.handlebars, I want this to be coming from my backend, right? So what is the data for this part? That's what I mentioned in my server.js. So since this is my weekday, I want this to show up over there. Okay, so how do I access this? It's an array, lunches, index 0. One more time. So our response.render, the first parameter is your handlebar page that you created, right? Don't have to put the extension. I called it lunch.handlebars, so just put in lunch over there. Okay. The next thing is whatever this page is expecting. This page has a handlebar and it is expecting a variable. It is expecting some data, just a single data. All right. And that's what I pass in my server.js. Okay, I say whatever lunch 0 is, which is chicken Caesar salad, pass that in, and this page is going to render and put this value inside that variable. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. Not server.js. It is running. Localhost 8080, and then my link route was weekday. So what happened over here? This is main page. This is coming from the main page that I created. I added a H1 over here, right? This main page, big one. Inside that I had a body, right? Now this part is coming from the body. The body is rendering my lunch page, and my lunch page has this thing, so it kind of puts it over there. Okay. Now before that, let's suppose my weekend, I need to do the same thing, but I can send a different data. I say rest.render. Okay, I still want the same page which I created lunch, but I want to pass in a different data set now. I want to pass in the index 1, which is my weekend lunch. So if I go back here, same page, I just change this to weekend. You see what happened? This change, and this is always there. It's kind of not rendering. It's not going to recreate or anything. This one kind of changes. So this is also what we mean by a single page application. Your main page, right now we don't have a lot of HTML. It's kind of hard to see, but when you add more HTML, this always remains the same. Anything inside the body is the one that's keep changing, right? Kind of saves you from going back to the server, coming back and re-rendering your page. Remember, we used to have a page that whole loads it. You click the next link, again the whole page loads. This kind of saves some of those. Okay, let me go back to weekend. Changes to it. Okay, any questions so far before we go into the next one? Right now we are just passing one variable, kind of one data set. We'll see if I have multiple things to pass in, how do I do that? Okay. Now let's suppose I want my let me create another view. So right now I have lunch.handlebars. Let me create another view called lunches.handlebar. This will have all the complete array. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and add a h1 tag, and I'm going to say lunches for, and I want my name to be there. So I'm the one who's eating those lunches. So I'll just put a name, but again, it's a variable, right? Anybody can be. I don't want it fixed over here, so I'm going to create my handlebars, and then I'm going to ask my server to pass in that data. So I can say eater. So my backend server is going to pass me a variable called eater, which will have the value, and it's going to be rendered over here. Okay. Okay, this is now going back. Looking back at our exercise that we did in the initial, we had the loop. You guys did the ice cream one, and I can't remember the one that I did was no. You guys did the sign field, the TV one, and I did Did I do the ice cream one? What was that?
No, you did the music, the magic show.
The visiting schools one. Yes, thank you. Right. So what did I have to do? I had to go through write a for loop in our JavaScript, and then in the for loop I had those li's and tags, kind of string concatenation, and then it comes together. So over here we are going to write a loop for. It's not called a for loop, but it's a for loop, but in our HTML. It's kind of make it easier. So I don't have to write my JavaScript and all that stuff. I can just do it in my HTML like a loop. But that loop is part of the handlebar, right? So if I want to show all my lunches, the first is the UL part. I need my UL, and my LIs are going to be repeated, right? That's what I was doing in my for loop. All right. So how do I write a loop in? Wait, actually, write li. So next I need my LIs, all right? But my LIs should be repeating. So this is how you write a loop in handlebars. All right. Since it's a handlebar code, we start with handlebars. Okay. It's called hash each. All right. This is a keyword that handlebar recognizes as a loop. After each, you have to put the array, right? You're looping through an array, right? A collection. So here you will put the name of the collections. So for now, I will say my collection name is foods. Okay, we'll see where I define this. For now I'm saying each, and there's a collection called foods, and you have to loop through it. Okay, and what am I looping? I'm looping through my eaches, my LIs, and I will end my loop over here. This is the end tag for the loop. Okay, one more time. Each, starting of the loop starts at line 4, and at line 6 it ends. And how do you end it? You say handlebars / each, like a HTML end tag, right? So you say each, and that's where it ends.
So
yes.
The hash is the start, and then
Right. Slash is the end. Excellent. Yep. Hash is the start, and slash is the end. Okay. Now in my LIs, I want to output all the lunches that I had. Okay. I'll write some server code, then I'll come back and show you what the relationship is, what goes over here. Okay. So now we have this code. I'm going to go back to our server now. And in my routes, I need to specify, I need to pass all this stuff in. So what do I need to pass in now? I need to pass in a value called eater, and then I need to pass in something called foods, right? That's what I define in my handlebar file, right? So I need to pass each one of those. All right, since these are multiple, this is how you would do it. So you will say res.render, same function name. Oops. Okay. I'm going to end this. Okay. And the first was what? The file which I want to render. So I created a new web page, right? It was called lunches. That's what I want to show. And then I need to pass in all the values that I said. Since there are multiple values, what's the most logical thing that we can pass in? Data type. An array. One more? An object. Yeah. So array is like a collection. An object kind of sums up everything together. So that's why over here you can pass an object. You can pass in an array also, depending on the use case. But since right now these are kind of like separate things. Now the first, we have these two, and that's what we are going to pass in. So the first, what we called it over there, foods. So whatever you call over there is the same name, or whatever you call over here, you refer to that same name over there. Okay. So I'm going to pass in foods, which is actually my whole array over here, right? This thing. What's going to be the value? It's going to be lunches, which is coming from the top. The second thing that I need to pass in is my eater. So I will say eater. Again, the same name. The name should match whatever you have in your HTML. And then I'm going to put name over here for now. Okay. I'm passing multiple things, and this is how I do in multiple things. All right. Now going back to my lunches. So now I'm getting foods. Foods is in this thing, and inside this there's a property called lunch, right? That's what I want to display. So it has to be, so it's going to loop through this array which I am passing in my route over here, and then the property that I want to display, which is part of food, is lunch. Again, this name is coming from this thing, this property. If this was a different name, you would put a different name over there. Okay. And this should be it. So I have my HTML created. I'm going to loop through each one, and it should show my lunches if everything looks good. So let me go ahead and start my server here. Okay. What was my web page called? I called it lunches. All right. This is the route that I created. And and this is how it shows up. Okay. Again, I have 3 pages. If I go to my weekday, it shows me this. If I go to my weekend, it shows me different set, and this will show me all of my lunches over here. Okay, the same code that we did is kind of, see how easy and how small. I mean, you can create these separate. You can keep creating those handlebar files. Now let's suppose I had one more property over here, and I say drink. Let's say I had a, okay, and then I put another drink here. Okay, oops, comma. Let's suppose my array has multiple things now, right? So how do I access this? I already have my li over here, right? I can add a p. Okay, and then in the same li I want to create another p, and this one will have drink. Was it drink or drink? Drink, yeah. So it shows up my drink. So what I did over here, same thing. Now my foods array, which is this one, has 2 properties. So I can access each property over here. Lunch, drink. Similarly, you can create more web pages, pass in data like this. So if you have one, this is how you do it. If you just have like one data, you don't need an object or anything. If you have multiple, this is how you do it. You create a, so these foods and eaters, this has to match whatever you have in your HTML file, and then it's going to pull that data from. Okay. You can also add your, if you want your HTML, CSS, and styles, all this stuff here, same way. Oops. Style. Let's say color green. See. Okay, that's an example. So you can add, this is just your HTML page, and it will keep rendering as you want.
You don't have
okay.
You don't have to restart your server and change the HTML page.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't have to do that. Yeah.
So
just for the, yes.
Because this is like HTML page. Can you attach a CSS file and a JavaScript file identically how it does in JavaScript or in normal HTML?
I have not tried that. We'll have to try and see if that works. Let's see. Well, you might be able to attach your CSS files over here in your main.
Yeah.
I think that would be the more convention, since it already has this. So you can attach your CSS and then refer to it in the next one. I think that would, like, put your CSS over here. It gets rendered, and then use it in your lunches over here. Yeah, give it a try. I haven't tried this.
You would want the scripts though too.
Yeah,
so you're only changing the content of the body.
Right, right. So body is getting changed. So I would probably add, I think the more logical, I will have to give it a try and see. But if I had to add, it would be probably somewhere over here, since my HTML tags are here.
Unless there was a JavaScript specific to a set of body.
Unless there was a JavaScript specific to the body.
Like, that doesn't apply to every body.
Right, right. This is a single one.
Then
We can give it a yeah. I think you can use the script tag over here. Yeah, it's going to be yeah. You can use a script tag here, so you can tie the JavaScript also over here. Yeah.
Now what happens when you use a tag that doesn't actually exist? Does the tag just get nulled out, or does it actually render?
Let's see. It's probably give you a like this. Yeah, this does render. Okay. Good questions. Anything else? What other questions do we have? We'll do an exercise. Again, don't worry about the MySQL in the next exercise. We just use the same var array and then create your array over here. And just use this data for your routes for the next exercise.
5, right?
5, yes. But before that, any other questions? So once you do that exercise, you will see how much easier it becomes. I don't have to worry about putting my HTML code and all that stuff in my JavaScript or Node.js, kind of saving me from all those typos. And I can have my web pages separated out, and I don't have to worry about the header. Only my main has all my stuff over here, the main rendering part, the HTML and all that stuff. Everything else kind of is concentrated on what I want my body to be. So this page can have only the HTML related to this page. I don't have to worry about my main recreating the footer, header, and all that stuff. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and do the next exercise. Let's see. And then we'll be walking around helping. It's kind of a new concept, so we want to make sure. Yes. Yeah. Let me go over there. So you already have the array given over here. No need to worry about MySQL. So create these two routes. Ice cream name and ice creams. Name would give you one particular one row, and ice creams will give you everything. You want to see my main server.js. Alright, let's do this exercise in groups, at least 2. Work with your neighbor on this one, so that I want to make sure that if you got something, your neighbor didn't explain it to them, or if the other person got something, it'll be easier to understand. Alright, so do this with your neighbor, the exercise. And any particular line you're looking for in server.js?
Just the previous one, sorry.
Just the what?
The number 4.
Oh, not this one?
Yeah. Just real quick more.
4? This one?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the same code. And then Nick also slacked that out, the zip file. It has the exact same code over here.
Thank you. So, going forward, are we using let, or we can still use wire?
I would say start using let because of the scoping. It's a good practice, and since the new versions of JavaScript are coming, all of them are using let. I would recommend getting in the habit of using let, but var will also work. So the code for this has been slacked out. Start with creating the views folder, then layout, main. Make sure you install those two libraries, Express and Express handlers. look at the documentation. For the initial code.
That's not gonna be on it, so you want to be putting it somewhere that every single.
So the activity is very similar to whatever the code is doing.
It's the index of HTML, but the handlebars this is what's gonna be, so you won't even create and use the next time. Because on the other one, you were actually serving static files, handlebar fields, and handle small files. You're just serving the templates. You're not using you can see here, you're just rendering. You're not actually sending anything back. There it was a response last time.
Pretty close to HTTP. They use what's called laser templating. It's, the concept is there, but it's like handlebars and this is super
Oh, it's time to three.
Yeah, so it was like, okay, we're starting React on Wednesday, so Monday we're going through all the instances that you. Yeah.
That's a 3 month.
Express dash handlebars.
Express dash handlebars is the second yeah.
Well, I've been at other stages.
Dash handlebars.
I did this event at my school last Sunday. How was it, you know, and since we well, when they're yours, it's the commitment, you know, have those. Yeah. Well, it's not like saying no to everybody being a parent. You're like 90 being a parent, so it doesn't change. Yeah.
Yeah, my sister had 2. I was like, that's enough. That's enough. I can borrow my niece and nephew. And give them back.
No, for real. No, you just don't sound like it. There's a psychology that goes along with it. You know how to deal with that. Okay. But you gotta be an A1 in their head because they even doesn't have something in there, which is pretty hard to do.
No, it wasn't that. I'm not
Well, there's a parent at third grade. And they said,
So we have a good amount of time for this exercise. I want to make sure that everybody walks out with this exercise completed. All right, because the next 2 days we're going to be connecting MySQL with handlebars, so it's gonna get more tricky. So let's make sure everybody gets this done. Are we doing here?
I'm doing okay.
The first one.
And then the first one?
Yeah, now you can add pretty style back. That's good.
So, what do you think?
Each thing is its own object.
Very good, yeah. And so, what is the object?
So I'm going to grab one object out of each thing.
You are trying to grab the other, right?
And then
Yeah, so what is the object in JavaScript? What is the primary way that description that you guys see it first? This is what an object is
After this one, we're gonna have another.
No, this would be the last one.
Object inside ice creams, right? And then how do you do that?
Oh, sorry. So it's just
permanently disable. Let's say that
What's
it's gonna be the first one, but it is not a real object.
I think it's like a rating.
It gives you the over everything.
So it started with this one first.
Yes, you're gonna
Ice cream inside. Ice cream is all the ice cream. So that would be our Okay. Now what do you do? It's very similar to the lunches code. See over there? It will send everything back. So it's going to be kind of similar to this. So this lunches is the array that we have declared on the top. So this would be our ice cream. This would be any names.
If you want to show operators,
that means if you go to www.fc.com/weekday, that's going to obviously do that, right? So what's inside this function, it's going to run the process that that makes sense. So in the syntax is app, which is our express get so in a nutshell, how express so we go to out, it hits server, which is does check and see if that goes, and then its function will essentially
Your route names are in the green. Define what routes you want to create. It's a good one. Because I'm gonna add some permanent. So I'm routing first place. And then I look into this. But I'm getting error. So if this is equal to this, we're going to return
It's always been print out.
so
you telling it to the body
So you have video in here, but you
So this is
new servers telling it, alright, when they go to this path, they're gonna render this page.
Did you create a main HTML all about because
well, so it may have basically so the activities on here, they'll usually just have user
The XP knows that you need to go to the main page.
yeah, it just I do from this
When it goes to bring the
array.
main page, it's
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 Should I rename this maybe?
he was looking up something.
I'm looking at this file.
And then connection name is called test.
And this index happens.
And then host name will let's say test connection.
This plus.
Okay. And then probably
This
same
is static, right? You can't change this. You can change
Or I
this
should
data.
get
You
loop
can't
not
change
here,
this.
but like this one. Yeah, I sometimes have to find that which one, this one's gonna.
and then hit test.
I did something. I've always done something.
Alright, so enter in password all
The loop.
the name is a number.
And
You can enter anything you want.
Yeah, here. That's why. That's why.
So now when I
Man, it's like so tricky to see those.
So many similar letters.
Yeah, yeah.
you're unzipping.
Yes.
Works?
Yes.
Awesome. So you pass that object back and it kind of automatically fixes it.
So I got that name, that value, the second, the third value.
Well,
Can I go?
Done?
Is your neighbor there? See if you can help him.
He's missing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He still doesn't want to work.
Go for it. It'd be worth a shot.
Quick question. This is something unrelated. For NPM install, I see the demo that you guys
Just click
you guys
near
install
where it says test.
Yeah, they float.
Express or
Right. So,
I have to type in the whole thing.
well, if you have, do you have package.json file?
Is that what's required?
That's what is required. If you have a package.json in that folder, then you can just do a npm install.
Oh, I see. So I have to create the folder first, right?
You have to create this file first.
And npm in it.
Yes, exactly. Yep. npm init and go ahead and create this. Or you can do is you can copy the package.json from a different folder from this one. From 04, copy that over into your. And probably, are you creating a new folder for the exercise?
Yeah,
Or you're doing it here?
I'm doing it in number 5. So I always
Number
play
5?
it. Yeah.
Okay, so it should have.
Is it number? Yeah, I'm doing number 5.
So let's see if it'll, yeah, okay, you're right. So copy the package JSON from 04 and bring it over here like this.
As well?
Yeah, and then you don't have to worry about init or anything.
Okay.
Copy
Well,
now?
I'm just doing it for practice.
Oh, that's perfect. Then do it.
So,
Because you still will have to do a
no, because
express and that the first time.
right. Still have to do it.
Do a when you do npm init and your package.json is created. After that, do npm install, and then you're going to do express, and then do ---- save. Okay. So this will add express inside automatically. So next time you won't have to do it. But yeah, the first time you have to do this, and the same thing with handlebar ---- save, and then watch your package.json file. It will keep adding those dependencies. It's a good practice.
Okay. But I'm gonna start using the same.
No.
What's the request that parameters?
So whatever you are attaching to the branch is gonna be the last.
Oh, right.
So whatever you're putting on the URL, it's gonna be the request that branch.
Yeah.
The branch is in the URL, and then it's just gonna give you the ID or whatever you put it.
Of course it is. Like, what's the last one?
I was gonna say you could probably reinitialize the database again.
If you go to the mess hall, which is basically the English term as a cafeteria, and so they will listen to chows. And so they get these guys that are in the first or second, and they go, hey, can we do about 50 feet of chest? And they'd be thinking.
Right, but you need to know what the original intent to be able to terminology. So. Well, you know what you can do is it's pretty fancy on here. Let's go to the control panel. See if we can find it in your vault. So the arguments
Because you are passing it, so to that outfit, you can put that the URL. Then you're passing it to this function. This closes that.
and then in the
You basically did that.
in the search bar here, just type default. Open the credential mix.
For the
So, like from the previous episodes, we're putting the main that
Yes.
handlebar as well.
Yep.
To run.
Yes. Yep. Required. This is exactly how it is going to be. Exactly. These two are going to be your names, whatever.
Did you? So, looking through that, did you have to create those directories? Use layouts?
Yes, you have to create a directory under your folder view, and layouts, and layout will have only one file main.net. Everything else is under view. Okay, your ice creams are going
That's where my previous exercise didn't, because I didn't.
Okay, yeah, it's not going to work if you don't do it.
Basically, the clients.
Kind of like PayPal, but not
Like
PayPal.
PayPal, yeah. Basically, lets customers, clients have customers, pay them, and they don't have to have all the process.
Oh, nice. I remember when I lived in
Yeah, I would say if you don't remember your password, you have to install it again because try again. I'll see if I can find something to see if we can create some. I don't know how to describe it.
Or you, is it your switch case thing?
Yeah, there's something.
Okay.
Switch case.
Yeah, you did. Come on. Oh, okay.
And you have something to do with it, then you can set back. You can't switch. This case, in this particular case, it's a little harder to find out. You could.
Here, it's trying to use flavor.
It will your switch would be off well, we're gonna have a big one. It's an index.
Yeah.
It's an experience with that. And then still doesn't come because the name is, you want that now, I mean, you could switch. What flavor you want, and then you have to find somewhere.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
So that's why I asked.
Yeah, I'll go on the website. Or whatever I'll have to open up.
Yeah.
You know what, what on you, then you have to do that.
It's just been a while since we've met with lunch. Strictly anymore. Go back to
Let's do that.
Stop the service. So open up services.
Well, no, so.
Do this instead of my category. Yeah.
Yeah, I finished that. Lunch with my wife.
I would change this. I would find my SQL service and we'll kill it real quick.
It's double collection.
So just hit stop. So now, yeah, so the price is open up
But you have to find it exactly on Thursday.
It didn't take long for them to change it.
You have to. You're not going to. Igor wasn't giving like big photos like a group. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, but you have to go through all of them. Slack to or you can just save that code and then let's call it
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, slash 1%. And then maybe I should.
Before that, you have to create an account.
No.
Yeah.
And then with that,
Golden B.
and I have to put that out.
So yeah, I just
So this will be year round.
Let's put it
So what you need to do is
So you're doing is
that doesn't count.
whatever the user has. Check it. Saying if they check, this one, send back, or will set the specific flavor that they're asking for to whatever the flavor is. When you're rendering, you're saying render the specific flavor which is they're asking.
Okay, so if you go actually
The object is the
name should always be on the layout.
you have to send an object out, and I want all the properties of this object on the
Same line as
now this flavor, it'll show me, okay, this is what I want.
So then, but then in this guy, you do slash colon.
How you guys doing up here?
Now, you have to figure out
Second along.
which underscore is.
Figured it out.
It's not gonna be zero, because they've been which one has it. So, how do we search through? Yep.
That's not talking okay because
This is the way to do it. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to spit out. You want to actually save. When you find it, you want to save. So what I would do is I used to. So how do you save it? Save.
You're not safe. So save that.
Create a template. To open folder. Well, this is ice cream. We probably have to create a semicolon at the end. So what do you next one have another one? So now we want to search through this array to see if it finds it. So now the next thing you really want to do is we got to pull this value. So you should create variable that stores what was passed in. So then I do that.
all its syntax is just
If you're trying to say what you think that's right? So that's a big issue with record value.
No, it's fine. This is just like
Yeah. Whatever you hold here, which is me. What you told it. So now the next thing is going to be search ice cream.
What is it? You are right. Go back to the.
So how would you do that?
so
Yep.
so
They're passing it in before first. And they're finding this one. Yep. They're passing this, which is a whole object. One of
Now you can do.
going to be one of them. Right. So you can display name, price, there's no one doing this.
No, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I less than the length of.
Well, this is part of the same. First.
This way, that's
You pass it to one of them.
Oh, so if I just do name, it's just gonna do the name, price, and also.
No, it's going to just do the name. So you have to do like price and also do
Open bracket.
Yeah, I was going to do the price and also.
Oh, well,
That's what you want to do.
yeah, just, oh, you're really good.
Yeah, that's
Now you want to check. Does
Exactly the
this
same.
name that came in equal the index of this right? So I'll do this. Let's try.
I'm just trying to get a frame of myself.
Yeah. Say
Same
name.
to what we're doing.
Same. We didn't like that sometimes. Okay, so now it's working. Now it's seeing that we're passing to another return.
Don't you, man?
Because I was returning and then trying to do an operation. You can't return and do an operation. You have to do the operation. So that's what this, like this word, you can't have what it's saying is exit and then send back. This equal to that. Literally send that back. And it's like, it's not setting. This will set first, then send the entire thing back. The other way it was like, oh, send back this equal to that. And it's like, well, I don't think this equals to that anymore because you're exiting.
So if this name is the same as this, then what do we want to do?
Return takes you off. So like,
You can, but it's better
once I
if you.
hit this coming here, right? Coming in here. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
And say
Switch on this and then going into that. Return. And then once you break, it's kicking back out. I'll do this. Early break. Yeah, this early break. And then it's so before this was exiting, it was exiting back out. And then
So
this is
so kind of going back to
this says if your case is jawbreaker, it's going to come in here, right? It's going to do this, but because we're getting these passes, it's going to come in, then it's going to see the switch, it's going to say, what is this? Jawbreaker. So it's going to print out the jawbreaker, and it's going to say, all right, exit. It's literally saying exit, then set this equal to that thing. Where else this is. But I don't need to exit to see that. Because this is essentially returning this thing. Returning this actual operation. It's not actually doing that operation. This one is setting this thing equal to this thing first, and then saying, okay, you're done. Right? You've already set this. This is saying you're done, now set. And it doesn't camera because you're already outside of this loop, so it's like one purpose.
This is enough.
And then it's trying to do this, but it can't because you never did this part. Right? Like this line does not actually set a specific flavor. It just doesn't do anything. It just exits. It would just do it like this. Okay, you're setting this equals that, and then you're exiting and doing whatever you want.
So this body has 3 stashes. So now I'm doing is saying, hey, I'm going to load HTML to this So it's the same story. And so, you're basically injecting depending on your route, all lunches, load this into your stash box. So that's what it does. So think of it as a placeholder. And
Yeah, because it's not right.
that particular route is going to be processed. We started with server.js.
Yeah. We started at home.
So depending on the route, so now we're site with
ice cream vanilla.
Looks like you have
So they request this, we send that back to the host. So we'll take 2 parameters. One is the first one is the name of your view, right? So you can match this up, right? So you have index. We have index. So
In a sense, let's go back. What's still is here in your so if you let's go back and look at the example that they did.
So, basically say there, let's look
and then you can put another P tag underneath that.
I mean, it's not saying so here, it's just and very simple. Right. So what we do is either 2 stashes all instead of rendering Three stashes would be HTML, 2 stashes no step. This is kind of a good we saw that stuff. It's a little counterintuitive.
But I didn't use handlebars.
So I'll go ahead and post the solution, upload it to GitLab. See you guys on Tuesday.
You basically create your scoops, create a scoops page.